Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
Stay sharp. We're going in.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegus, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
Right, here goes! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
I shall ensure you survive.
Dragon form!
It's like trying to keep up with a wall.
No escape! Dragon form!
Up and at 'em, let's go!
Dragon
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot.
Dragon
Actually,
form!
that sounds smart.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Now! Dragon form! Not today!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can. Glad you're on us.
An astral art?
Not like you!
Carved through armor! Shut him down! Dragon form! This one's got mine! Eat dirt! Elusive demon!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed wall.
Dragon form!
Seismic rupture! The heavens must be smiling.
This'll make us even more formidable.
We seem to have come across something.
Brace yourself!
expert coming
This
through!
one's tough!
In a bind?
Strike!
Searing flame! Reload! Here's a healing art! Dance in the wind! First aid!
I owe you one.
Whatever you do, just stay away from the force!
Dragon
By the
form!
power of water! Mega Ray! Purge the level!
Hands on! Burn!
Do it! Raging Cascade!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Illuminate the
Now!
turbo!
Take this!
Nothing gets by me!
You're mine!
Mega Ray! Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
My turn! Dragon form! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
So I still had room to grow. Let's see what you've got.
Here I come! Dragon! I can carve through armor!
Here! Lightning condense!
Elusive deity!
Soaring
This one's gonna be tough!
In a bind?
Dragon form!
between heaven and earth!
Ignite!
Now! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
Dragon form! I owe you one! Dragon form!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Leave the enemy's armor!
No complaints here.
Can you take it? No escape!
The flames
Here
will
I
roar!
come!
Lunar
No
blade!
escape!
Lunar blast!
You're
Back into
mine!
the fray!
It's over!
Annihilation!
Elusive deity!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegis?
No choice! Take this! Dragon Force! Try harder! Not a chance! I got you!
Rending you up raw.
Dragon Force!
Between heaven and earth.
Bloody howler.
A wailing hit. Not on my watch.
You picked the wrong
Now,
fight!
I'm all stuck.
Totally! In an instant! Impact Clock! We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
Little help.
A screaming pain.
One more.
Rending you up
surrounding us.
bloody
Dragon
howler.
Force!
I can shatter any steel. I can carve through armor.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
This one sounds like a job for yours truly. Do it. See my channel? Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Not a chance! Dragon Force! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! I'm ready!
Astral energy. Full throttle.
A victory for the ages.
This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out. I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant. Coming through!
Damn it!
Dragon
Force!
Glacial spear. Here's evil.
No escape! Here I come! No escape! Dragon Force! It's over!
Do it.
Thrilling performance.
This one's got your name on it.
Action to action. A merry distraction.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. A chain between heaven and earth.
Thrust in pain.
A wailing dragon. Do it.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. Another one down.
Your skills are admirable. I shall ensure you survive this.
Here I come!
This one's mine.
You're mine! Dragon Force!
Rotating pile driver.
A wailing. Is that statue wielding art? Now I've seen everything.
It's over!
Flying free. Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. The flames will roar.
Dragon Force!
Do it. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action. A merry distraction.
My turn!
There's still more to go.
Rising Falcon! Dragon Force!
Elusive deity.
No escape! Dragon Force!
Vanish without a trace. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Here I come!
In a bind. I'm ready.
Dragon Force!
Dueling. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action. On your
My turn!
Let the marksman
Dragon
handle this.
Force! You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning orb.
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Little help.
Dragon Force!
I never miss.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Radiant
Shine!
Radiant light.
Your wings won't save you from me.
Armor won't save you.
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Resonate with the
Got
earth.
flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle
Dragon
it.
Force! All
Sun in the sky is live! Demons descend!
Flashing fang!
My turn!
Rising Falcon!
Flash! Glacial spear! Piercing wall! Arch shield! Now! Freeze
Totally!
laser!
In an instant! Impact block!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel? If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me.
I never said I didn't believe you.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
Maybe it's time I try on something new.
I won't forgive you!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'll blind you with the
Hear me!
Dragon Dragon Swarm!
Raging Storm! Pierce evil! Celestial!
Thrilling
Celestial! I will you all!
Dragon Swarm!
Elusive deity!
Healing circle! Eagle ray! Back into the fray!
It's over!
Dance in the wind!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Dragon Swarm!
Too much to handle! Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing deity light him!
Stop! Dragon Swarm!
Hear me! Flame of
Demon
fury!
Dragon coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Radiant
Dragon
Swarm!
Swarm! I'm not done!
Take this!
You're finished!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Dragon Swarm!
Finish without a trace!
Dance on the wind!
Dragon Swarm!
Raging healing circle! Arch shield! Razor cycle! Mind if I do?
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. Time to let it rip!
Radiant light!
Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Take this!
Dance
Dragon
in the wind!
Swarm!
Healing circle! Air drop!
Now I can let loose.
Chain between
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful.
I'm ready!
The blazing sword and
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
you're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Hi, Hoodle!
Dragon
Here!
Swarm!
Flame of fury!
Stop! Dragon
Hear my call!
Dragon Swarm!
In here!
Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal.
Up and out! Let's go!
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner
No
said than
further.
done! You got company! Here I go!
The enemy wields arms too.
You'll soon see about that. You don't have firearms here, Rosanna. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
By the power
No!
of flame!
Huh.
Don't mind if I do.
Dragon form! It's over!
with the earth!
Raging
form!
cascade!
On your knees.
Steel!
The flame inside the dirt to be let free!
Eat dirt!
Take this!
Lunar Legend!
It's over!
Lunar Blast!
Dragon form!
Cascade!
I'm ready!
Midwell! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Little help!
Dragon form!
Where are you going?
Stay calm. I shall provide
You're
assistance.
mine!
Beautiful!
Dragon form! Struck!
Handy.
Dragon form!
Aqua!
It's over!
Lightning Orb!
Do it!
Johali!
All yours, Kisara.
Raging Cascade!
My turn.
Fury!
Dragon form!
Here's evil!
Can't get out of
Air
this!
thrust! Freeze blast! Ready!
Struck! Ignite!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me!
Hey! Blow them away!
Here's a healing arc!
Not a chance!
Raging Storm! Aid!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right. I'm not done!
Now!
Dragon form!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, Dohalim.
Yeah, they all kind of look the same to me.
Let's dispose of this trash.
Now you see what I can do.
Dragon form! Dragon form! Dragon form! Dragon form!
Magic is am!
Dragon form! This one's all mine!
Freeze blast!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Ha! Burn in hell!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Rending you apart!
Bloody Where are you going?
Take this! Dragon form!
Illuminate the dark! Magic is
It's
am!
over!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Take this!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Carve through
It
armor!
looks like you got this one covered! Let's get more put away! Our expert coming through!
Ha! Burn! Dragon form!
Lunar lightning orb!
Tornado drive!
A banana, let's go! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Amazing.
Chain between heaven and earth!
Dragon
Here's a
form!
healing banshee of
In a
lightning!
vine?
Burn the air!
Now I can let loose!
More for the stockpile!
Dragon form!
Grind you into dust! By the power of lightning orb!
You're mine!
More when that hit, bro!
Dragon form!
Hear my call! Magic is air! Air thrust!
This one's all
Flame of
mine!
fury!
Burn! Catapult!
Burning
Take this!
Hear my call! Illuminate the dark! There you go! Don't let up!
Dragon form!
Holy land! Between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning!
This could be useful. Damn it!
Little help! Healing arch!
Dragon form! Okay, here I go. Ha! Dragon Form!
Supernova!
I'm not done! It's over!
Reload! This'll come in handy. Hold on
You're
to your
mine!
heart. Here I come.
We got flyers!
I've got this!
Dragon
Let a
Form!
marksman handle it!
All yours! You're finished! Dragon Form!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on them?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Not today! Here I come! Dragon Form! Now! Dragon Form!
Confiscated. Healing circle. Raging storm. What would I do without you? Reload. Into the shadows. Now. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I can feel my precision improving.
Go no further.
Armor won't save you!
I'm ready.
Dragon!
This one's mine.
I'm not done!
Leave it blind, freak! Why can't they just
Leave the ensnaring to
See ya!
Yeah! And the bubbling to me!
Eat this! Take this! Dragon Form!
Wind
I'm not
astral
done!
energy. Charge malevolent. Magic
Dragon
impact.
Form!
Feel. Flame of fury. I'll be safe.
Dragon
For
Form!
cut through.
Seismic rupture!
Wind astral energy. There you go. Don't let us down. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Shine! Radiant
In the
light!
sky. Rising orb.
You're finished!
Astral energy.
Rising Sun! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
When you're dead, good boy. Then tonight's meal is on you. Good God.
Now.
All yours, Kisara.
Now! You're mine!
Here goes.
I still got a ways to go!
Guess I misread the...
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Dragon
Here's evil.
Now we're
Far
never...
enough.
Can't get out of this.
Dragon.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Easter. This one's mine.
Take this! Eat this!
By the power of water now.
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Into the shadow force. Holy quiver.
Okay. Is that a healing art? This could be useful.
I won't forgive you!
Take this! Dragon Form!
Rending you apart!
Bloody hell. Here's evil.
Take this! Dragon Form!
Rending you apart!
Got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Finish! All yours!
Take this!
Dragon Form!
I'm ready. Neon, astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory!
Naturally. Searing
No escape! Flaming cycle yearns to be let free! Dragon Form!
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
I'm ready! Not a chance!
Here's evil. Was that a new skill I saw back there?
Indeed. Well, sort of. Actually, it's a family staple harkening back 8 generations.
Maybe you can just write all this down?
There. What's this thing?
Go no further!
Dragon Swarm!
One's mine!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Dance in the wind! By the power of light! Now! Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang! Now! Your move!
Eat
Got
dirt!
fire!
I've got this! Let a monster handle it! Let's go!
All yours! This one's all mine!
Now!
Dragon Swarm!
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang! Resonate with the earth! Not a chance!
Hold on to your art!
Rising
Here I come!
Glacial
Spear!
Burn it down! You apart!
Raging Cascade!
Let me go! Dragon Swarm!
Let's get you all tucked away! Do it! Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Man, I'm famished.
An opponent like this should be easy. Come one, come all! Dragon Swarm!
A wailing beast is lightning! Downfall!
On your knees!
Savior!
Dragon Swarm!
Field! Don't mind if I do!
Benediction.
Gemini Aqua!
Heal! Okay, here I
Now!
go! Trigger!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Dragon Swarm!
Spread! Hear me! Flame of Fury!
I'm ready!
Eliminate the This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Can't get out of this!
Lunar corruption!
Here I come! I shall ensure you survive this!
This one's mine!
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Showtime!
On your knees!
Raging corruption! Lunar blast! Now!
Fluidity of our
Redwell!
movement.
Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory!
Pick up! Dragon Swarm! Soaring blast!
Lightning! Downfall!
It's over!
Leaping away!
You're mine!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! Dragon Swarm! Time! Can't get out of this!
By the power of flames! Finish without trace! Now!
It's over!
Shior! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Here we go! Fury! Thunder and Conjugated! Glacial Spear! Fierce evil! They may look cute and stuff,
Coming through! through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine!
Radiant light! Not today! It's too much! Try harder!
Don't suffer in silence.
Dragon Form!
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can. Right, run up. You'll feel it.
Dragon Form!
A wailing juicy
Take this!
I never miss.
Dragon Form!
Here!
I'm ready! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Rain healing
I'm
art!
ready! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. My word. This must be the work of Providence.
Prava, what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though. Here's the healing art!
Dragon Form!
First aid!
I owe you one!
I'll face you.
Dragon Form!
Let's get you off the way! Reload! Will this help? Raging Cascade!
I'm not done!
Spread! Healing portal down to your art! Here I come! Thanks for the healing! Yeah,
Come one,
you
come
too!
all!
Healing! Flame of
Take this!
Fury!
Dragon Form! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
You're
Lunar
mine!
eruption! Lunar blast!
Dragon
I'm all
Form!
buffed up! Lightning! Downfall! Wind astral energy!
Dragon Form! I'm ready!
Farewell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
My fists are crushing it out there! We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Right, here goes!
This one's mine!
Elucidate!
That's
you! Take this! Soaring
Hear my
In a
call!
bind?
It'll body slam us into next week! Here's a healing art! Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous! Dance in the wind! In here! Lunar corruption! Orphan the stockpile! Generating advance!
Benediction
Lightning
light.
condemned! Thunder blade!
Dragon Form!
Far enough! Alright, Gemini,
Take this!
one time! By the power of water!
Dragon Form!
Raging
Dragon
storm!
Form!
Benediction light.
Tunnel! Art field! Not on my watch!
You're mine! Strike! Dragon Form!
Into the
Dragon
shadows!
Form!
Light astral energy! Purge malevolence!
Dragon
Update
Form!
waterfall! Freeze! Dance in the wind! Sleep now!
This one's all mine!
Let's get you all tucked away! Illuminate the door here! Magic is there! I'll heal you all! Require complete focus!
You picked the wrong fight!
Alright!
I don't know what. Do about
What would I do now? Perhaps now isn't the time?
it. I really don't.
Dragon Form!
Illuminate the sun!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Take
this! I'm not done!
A whale I never miss!
Dragon Form! Dragon Form!
Graviton field! The flames will roar!
You're mine!
Burning melee! Raging
Dragon Form!
annihilation! Electrify!
Dragon Form!
Don't get in my way!
Shattering
pieces!
Attack time! Eat this! You're mine! No escape! Dragon
Here I
Form!
come! Seal! Let's get you I'll heal you all!
Dragon Form!
Magic!
Here I come!
And here's a healing art! Let's get on there together!
Dragon Form!
Couldn't make it in time.
Dragon Form!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! Done!
Well done!
Begin! Dragon form!
In a bind?
Armature coming through!
Dragon form!
Here! Chain between heaven and earth! Lunar collision! Away!
Ignite!
Energy away!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Annihilation! Hear me!
Dragon form!
Burning water!
Dragon form!
Flood! Raging storm!
Thanks!
Tunnel! Photon! Raging cascade!
Dragon form! I'll blind you into dust! Captivity! You're mine!
You're mine!
Dragon
I can't take much more.
Now!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing. Wow! You... Gotta be lucky to find this stuff.
Indeed. I can tell it's quite the find. Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Thanks for the healing. What? In here? Yeah, you too.
Finish without a trace!
Now
We
we're
got
looking
astral energy!
in a bind?
More where that came from.
Take this! Damn it!
Raging cascade!
It's on!
Fresh!
You picked the wrong fight!
Elusive
Here
deity!
I come!
Rotating
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Blind you into dust! I'm ready!
Ridwell, astral energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory.
Naturally!
Our superiority was undeniable.
It feels invigorating to dominate a battle.
I was certain I saw you yawn.
Come now, I'm certainly not that relaxed.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
It's on! Burn it again! Try harder! Dragon form! Heat! Dragon form!
Sweet now!
This'll come in handy.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
I shall ensure you survive this! Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and pummeling to me.
Dragon Form!
Purge malevolence.
Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno!
Raging cascade. One more.
No further!
Mega ray. A chain between heaven and earth.
With the earth!
Here I come!
The wailing
Dragon
fancy of
Form!
lightning. Feel. Here goes. Explosion.
Dragon Form!
Do it.
Catch up!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
It's in the sky is mine.
Dragon Form!
Now.
Prepare to be sealed! Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Nicely done.
Let's see what you've got.
You're mine! Burn! Come and face me!
You can't get out of this!
Illuminate the dark.
Dragon
Come
Form!
on. Holy glimmer. Holy lance. A chain between
Dragon
heaven and
Form!
earth. Healing circle.
Sending you apart!
Glacial spear.
Bloody
Pierce
Dragon
through.
Form!
Now, Redwell, astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory. Naturally.
Try my turn!
Shine! Radiant light!
Burn in hell!
They must be tired.
Do it.
I'm merely doing
This one's got your name on it.
action to action!
Now! You're mine!
Take this!
I'm not done!
Elusive deity!
Dragon Form!
Begin! Tornado drive!
Break now. Law, get toasty.
Burn strike!
Here I go. Go. Help this.
Elusive deity!
You're mine! Dragon Form!
Tunnel. Lunar corruption.
Dragon Form!
Power of will. Now. Kisara, go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Well, looky here.
Let's see what you've got. Benediction light.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Dragon form! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc. First aid. Heal.
Regenerate!
Dragon Swarm! You're mine! It's time!
Annihilation. Change by the fling.
Burn!
Oh, don't mind if I do. I never miss.
Dragon Swarm! You're finished!
Wind astral energy. Dance in the wind. Feel. Wind astral energy. Dance in the wind.
you apart!
Bloody howling. A chain between heaven and earth.
Another incantation.
Take this!
Glacial spear.
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate.
It's time!
Holy glitter.
Eat this! I owe you one!
Holy lamp.
I'll thank you!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilate. No more Miss Nice Girl. Mega Ray. It looks like you've got this one covered.
Take it.
Thanks so much. Celestial Hammer.
Dragon Swarm!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar. Lightning condemned. Will this help?
Captivity! Take this!
Illuminate the dark. Holy Glimmer.
I can carve through armor! Far enough!
Holy Lantern Flame. Chain between heaven and earth.
This is looking good!
Shine.
Radiant light! Boost of regeneration!
Ah! Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Benediction light.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
First aid. Lightning raging cascade. Where are you going? Not on my watch.
Here I come! Ah! Dragon Swarm!
Radiant blood. Here. Raging storm. Captivity. Celestial healing circle. I owe you, Theon. Healing is what my art
I owe you one! Run!
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Shine!
Dragon
Radiant
Swarm!
light! Boost of regeneration!
Regenerate.
Art is being interrupted.
Dragon Swarm!
Sleep now.
You'll find no mercy!
Resonate with the earth. All right.
No further!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and your
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic fission! The tempest
You're mine!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
a central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes. Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself.
There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along?
Burning strike! In here!
Dragon Form!
Get on in there with the others!
If it's in the sky, it's
Not
mine!
on my watch! I
Stalagmite!
never miss! Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Air thrust!
Bloody hell! It's over!
I'm all sucked up! Mega ray!
Crush!
Annihilation! Illuminate the dark! I'll heal you all! Dance in the wind!
I'm nearly done for.
Healing ray!
Here I
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Illuminate the dark!
Bloody hell!
Holy
Dragon
Lord!
Form!
Chain between heaven and earth! Flame of fury!
No further!
Of lightning!
Dragon Form!
Hear my call! Divine savior! Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! Radiant light!
Let's see what I can do.
My turn! Take this! Strike!
Dance in the wind!
Six
Air
bells!
thrust! Mega ray!
Dragon Form!
This one's mine! A wailing beauty of
Easter!
lightning! Lightning!
No escape!
Blah, blah, blah! In here!
Take this!
Mega ray! Here goes!
Bloody hell.
Freeze Lancer! I can sweat all day! First aid!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and with my friends.
Shion.
Explosion! Hearing! Flame illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Spectral spear! Pierce the evil!
No escape! It's over!
Freeze Lancer! Waterfall! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Pierce the evil! In here!
Dragon Form! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was included.
No, I mean you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Sion actually look flustered.
Here I this one's all mine!
Heaven and earth! Here!
I can do without it! Hey, onward!
First aid! Magic is in! This one's mine! Air thrust! Radiant blast! Back into the fray! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Radiant blast! Between heaven and earth!
You're mine!
A wailing beauty of healing!
Is that a healing arm? It is. Can't ignore your pain. Don't try to be more careful.
Take this! Strike!
More Sugals?
Keep calm and take them down!
Astral arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Dragon Form! I'm not done!
Close one! Still again! Radiant clear!
Dragon
Here!
Form! Blade!
In a bind?
Here I come! Not today!
I'm all stuffed up!
Dragon Form! I owe you one!
Banana, let's go!
Here I come! We did it! Not
Bring the
again!
sky in line!
Escape! Strike! It's over!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Dragon Form!
What in the world?
Totally!
I'm alright.
Sleep now!
I'm still standing.
Illuminate the dark! Blah, blah, blah! Magic! Holy
Dragon
light!
Form!
I can do this all day! Explosion! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Dragon Form!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven in, I would say.
It's over!
Precision, precision, timing. All a perfect 10.
That's it? Nothing else to add?
You take meticulous care of your fire.
Not today!
Hold on to your arm! Here I come!
You're mine!
Healing strike! A chain between heaven and earth!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Here's evil! One more time! Freeze Lancer! Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth!
Dragon Form!
A wailing divine
Blade!
Reflect on thy
Radiant
sin.
Here I come! No escape!
By the power of flame!
You're mine!
Without a threat! Air thrust! A chain between heaven and
Take
earth!
this! Here I come!
A wailing beauty of healing! Divine fury! Burning strike!
Take this! No escape!
Amazing! Not long to go now!
We couldn't have done it without you.
Our face! Come on! Let's see when we get in there and finish
You
this
picked the
fight!
wrong fight! You're mine!
Let me help.
Dragon Swarm!
In a bind?
I'm not done!
Radiant Blast! Here!
Dragon Swarm!
There you go!
I'm not
Double
done!
up!
Dragon Swarm!
Into the wind! Air thrust!
Do it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Is it over?
What the hell is going on?
Rinwell! It's too dangerous! Stay back!
What's going on here? What's wrong?
Rinwell, you okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there. What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balseph back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside master cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Everything all right? You kind of looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, whatever.
yeah.
Yeah?
Sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
You want to try being a little less cryptic, maybe? All right. Jeez, sorry for taking an interest.
Stop it! It's okay, Hootle! Sorry. I guess I still don't really know how to put it into words.
Nah, that's fine. No rush. It might help you to talk about it, though.
I'll keep that in mind. And thanks.
Courteous, son.
Dragon Swarm!
By the power of water! Supernova!
I could do without this pain. Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Come one, come all!
Being interrupted. I think I'm coming down with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the
A malady your arts cannot predict.
Let me help! This one's
The
mine!
enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about
By
that!
the power of water! Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm nearly done for.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Dragon Swarm!
Dead! I'll heal you all! Illuminate the sun! Holy glimmer! Will this help? Holy land! Oh, seal! Here, let me help!
Is this what real pain feels like? I couldn't make it in time.
Just let...
Of regeneration!
As impressive as always.
Punishment?
And here I hope I was included.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look exhausted.
Reload! Seal! I can feel the medicine match. Shazam! Burn it! Now come out of ammo! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
My pride is my downfall.
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Rinwell!
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine. And
You'll pay for that!
I hope this medicine works.
Here's a healing art! Thunderbolt!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning!
Try harder!
Downfall!
Not a chance! No escape!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Dragon Swarm! Trick!
I'll
Next!
bring you back from
This
death's
one's
abyss!
all mine! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Reload! I'll heal you all! Air thrust! This one's mine!
Is this what real pain feels like?
Forgive me. This is my fault. Where are you going?
Can you take it? Now you see what I can do! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Dragon Force!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Take this! Dragon Down!
Resonate with the earth.
You're mine! You're finishing you up! Dragon Force!
Now we're not can't get out of this!
Burn! Dragon Force!
Elusive deity!
Dragon Force! Soaring blast! Take this!
Does it hurt?
Dragon Force!
On your knees.
Dragon Force!
Another incantation ruined.
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Water, hear my
Not
call!
kill! I'm not done!
Shine! Radiant
Dragon Force!
Regenerate! Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
This one's mine!
Radiant light!
I never
Force of
fit!
regeneration! Now you see what I can do! Regenerate! Take this! Allow me to have a thrilling performance.
Sorry,
I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends for and depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Now I can let me take Russia! Dragon Force! Burn!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
guess I misread the landing.
An opponent like this should be easy. Dragon Form! Elusive Beam! Dragon
I shall ensure you survive this.
In here!
You're mine! No escape!
Confiscated!
Dragon Form! You're finished! Demon Tank! You're shattering up! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Now! You're mine! It's over!
Elusive
Dragon Form!
rotating pile driver.
Primed and ready! Where are you going?
Eat this!
Now!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got
Here's a
it!
healing
Now!
eye!
You're mine!
First aid!
I owe you one! Dragon Form!
Go! Now! Radiant astral energy! Full throttle!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Mega ray!
Now you see what I can do.
Radiant storm! Mega ray!
Dragon Form!
Radiant storm!
Soaring blast. Eagle ray.
You're mine!
Lunar corruption!
Dragon Form!
Power of water!
Elusive deity.
Power of flame!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for.
Get behind me!
Good! I'll leave it to you! Burn!
You require a
Now I can let loose!
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
And I'll try to be more careful.
Eat dirt! This one's mine! Smart!
In a bind.
Allow me to help you.
Annihilation! Raging storm! Here!
Resonate with the earth.
Ice Flame! Flame of Fury! Glacial Spear! Here we go! I can handle it! Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous! Raging Cascade!
Smash you!
Here, Bottle!
Burn in hell!
Reload! Magic is there!
Dragon
I'll
Form!
heal you all! Please now!
Reflect on thy sin.
Let's get you all tucked away! Healing Blade! Alright, it's showtime! Searing Flame! I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Illuminate the dark!
Dragon
Holy
Form!
Quiver! Holy no more playing nice! Flame of Fury! Burning Strike! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Too much.
Freeze Laser! Supernova! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming Wildfire! Water, hear my call!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Red! Here
I come!
A wailing
I'm not
Fury of
done.
lightning!
Dragon Showtime!
Sleep now!
Allow me to help you.
Radiant Flood! Here! I can handle it! I'm out of ammunition for the fray!
In a bind.
Annihilate one's mine!
Dragon
Here's a
Swarm!
healing arm!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
By the power of one!
Dragon Swarm!
Thunderbolt! Illuminate the blah 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 lightning!
It's over! Dragon
Pain between
Swarm!
heaven and earth!
Demon Touch! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine. Radiant light. Regeneration.
A chain between heaven and earth!
Allow me to help you.
Vanish a wailing Banshee of lightning! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all!
My turn! Dragon Swarm!
Lightning orb! Healing curse malevolent! Blah blah blah!
Escape!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Can't get out
I
of
really
this.
don't.
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
A hard-won victory.
They're surrounding us! Will this help? The flames will roar!
Dragon Swarm!
Healing circle!
Okay, here I go!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
You're mine!
This one's mine!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
Light axe dance in the wind! Sleep now! Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. A merry distraction.
Beyond chance!
There's still more to go!
I'm not done! Here I come!
Burning
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! My turn!
We managed to pull through.
Guess I misread the landing.
Hey, what do you say we fight them?
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need
Not
healing.
today! Dragon Swarm!
Here's a healing arm!
I shall ensure you. Can't get out of
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Glacial spear! A whirling Banshee of lightning! Freeze laser! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Now!
Your art is really incredible.
In an instant! Impact Clock! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Here I come!
Mega ray! Now! By the power of water!
Any injuries?
Execution!
Holy
You're
land!
finished!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Here I come! Air pressure! Move it, kid!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually,
Let's talking more to it. Feel it.
Dragon Swarm!
Get on it.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
You're mine!
First aid.
why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Dragon Swarm! No further! Ha! You're mine! I'm not done!
Magic is there.
Dragon Swarm!
Free laser. Lava. Air thrust. Searing flame. Reload.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Searing flame.
Not today!
Reload. Lightning
Take
bolt
this.
to the fray. Lightning annihilation.
Dragon
Flame
Swarm!
of fury. Between heaven and earth. Glacial spear. Away lightning. Divine free laser.
Now you see what I can do! Here I come! The Tempest engulfs you! Dragon Swarm!
Heal force. Power of one. Here goes.
In a bind?
Gemini
Dragon Swarm!
Mega ray.
Shine! Radiant light! Force of
Astral
regeneration!
energy.
Here I come!
Mega ray. This one's
Is that a healing arm? It is. I can't ignore your pain. Don't try to be more careful.
Not today!
Now.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Dragon Swarm!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Anything normal.
Damn it!
Now. Astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
I'm not done!
Naturally.
Lightning Falcon!
Mine. With astral energy.
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can.
Beyond astral energy. Full throttle.
Not a chance!
Annihilation.
Dragon Swarm!
By the power of flame.
I'm not done!
Elusive deity!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning orb.
Here I come! I'm ready! No escape! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Any injuries?
Go no further.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Illuminate the dark. Transform holy glitter.
Dragon Swarm!
Lunar holy lamp. Dance in the wind. Do it.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Chain between heaven and earth. Finish with power. Transient lightning.
Dragon Swarm!
Now eat dirt.
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Our superiority was undeniable.
It feels invigorating to dominate a battle.
Let's dispose of the trash. This one's mine.
No escape!
Elusive
Dragon
deity!
Swarm!
Shining supernova. Dance in the
Come and
wind.
face me!
Air
You're
thrust.
mine!
Chain between heaven and earth. Lunar blast.
I'm not
A
done.
wailing transient lightning. In here.
You're mine! I'm not done!
I'll be saving by the power
The
of
enemy
one.
yields our
Dragon
truth.
Swarm!
You'll soon see about that.
Dragon Swarm! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! My turn!
Searing flame.
Ignite!
Will this help? Shining supernova.
Take this!
Do it.
You're finished!
Light burst forth!
Radiant genesis.
Trapped in darkness, pierced by light.
I call it the Rindo Special.
Guess I misread the landing.
I have a bad feeling about this.
In a bind? Come on! No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Here goes. Navigator's dream.
Begin!
Finish without a trace.
Dance on the wind!
The flames will roar. In here.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Front! Dragon Swarm!
I'm ready. Astral energy. Full throttle.
one's all mine! Burn it down! On your knees!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Dance in the
Now!
wind!
Take this!
Where are you going? Here!
Rending you apart! It's over!
Now! Move! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Gotta break through! You're finished! I'll take you all on! Dragon Swarm! Here I come! No further! I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
Now! Darling! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
To be let free!
I'm expert! Coming through!
Take this!
Lightning! Astral energy! Full throttle! Illuminate the dark!
No escape! Rising Thunder!
This one's mine!
You're finished!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
I need to be stronger.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
we go to Lenegus. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegus?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegus. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renan who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegus would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegus, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
That Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lennigus stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help and collect? Clea you're planning to enlist?
My buddy... Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danon who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danon who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hootle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I think it's safe to rest here now. All right, something is definitely up with Shion.
Yeah, something big by the looks of it. I've never seen her so serious.
So, do you think we should say something to Alphen then?
I was wondering the same thing myself. But then it occurred to me. Whatever this thing on her mind is, it's probably the last thing in the world she wants people to know about. If she's trying this hard to keep it secret, then it's not really our place to go telling people before she's ready.
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend...
That turned out good, if I do say so myself.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Thank you. Great.
Yeah.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say, it feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would have. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your hometown.
Just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head too.
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Danan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor, but there's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I get...
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cyslodia.
Calaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Danan owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby.
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
We've reached our destination.
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Mencius.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also, the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. So hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast.
We work well together.
Like a finely timed wall.
Flying spree! Why can't they just do it?
Astral energy! Full throttle!
On your non-kick. Rising Falcon! No escape! You're finished! I'm ready!
Kikara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
I've still got a ways to go. fight like this should be easy.
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Rending you up.
No further!
Are those rocks?
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Not today!
Luna Blast! The flashing part's the weak point! This one's mine!
Damn it! All back in their defense! Rending you up.
Glad you have your uses!
Here! I'll show you how useful I can be! Dragon Swarm!
Do it! Lightning Horn! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial
My
Spear!
turn!
Pierce evil!
I'm not done!
Easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop
Illuminate
it.
your Dynamite!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Shine! Radiant light! Regeneration! Dragon Swarm!
In here! Explosion! This will take a minute! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! This one's all mine! Burn in hell!
Let the marksman
On your
down!
knees! Take this!
Where was that came from?
Annihilation! You're finished!
Radiant light!
Rending you apart!
Illuminate the dark!
Dragon Swarm!
Now! Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
I found... some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Huh.
Let's see what you've got.
Here I come!
Can't get out of
I'm
this!
not done! Hand up!
Far enough!
Take this!
It cools down. Time to get out of the way.
I'm not done! It's over! It's almost too strong! Then I'll split it open! Be my guest!
Now you see what I can do!
Raging Cascade!
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
They're surrounding us!
I'm not done!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
You're mine!
Between heaven and earth!
Dragon
A wailing
Swarm!
banshee of lightning! Divine savior!
Take that!
Radiant light! Here!
Armor won't save you!
Lightning! Downfall!
I'm ready!
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Hear me! Flame of
My
Death
turn.
ready!
Flame
Flame of War! Here
You're
ready!
mine! Dragon Swarm!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much. Discourteous, aren't you?
You're mine!
This one's mine!
Crush!
Where are you going?
Ready and ready!
Shining Supernova!
Dragon Swarm!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I shall ensure you survive this!
You got fire!
Take
I got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Burn! All yours!
Do it!
Take this!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial
My
Spear!
turn!
Here
Take
goes!
this! Rising...
The heavens must be smiling.
Gotta break through! You're mine!
Not in your dreams!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Burst force!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your big side.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Not today! You're mine! Escape!
Resonate
with the Dragon
On your in here! I'm ready!
Dragon Force!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
This calls for a celebratory drink.
My face is starting to sting. And my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Where are you going?
Thanks, Fiona.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I am not beyond fury! Dragon Form! Aim for the weak spot!
Ready!
Dragon Form!
Take this! Shield! Explosion! Confiscated!
It's on!
Raging Storm! Alright, it's showtime!
Dragon Form!
Do it! Very long!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Any injuries?
I won't forgive you! By the
Dragon Form! You're mine! I'll take you all on!
Now you see what I can do!
Dragon Form! I'm ready! Go! In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed weapon.
Dragon Form! Dragon Form!
Hear my call!
You're mine! No escape! Dragon Form!
Raging Storm! Banana
You're mine!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
You require a hand.
Take it! No further!
Lightning Orb!
No escape!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Go no further!
Ignite! Come and face me! Dragon Form!
Here's the evil! You have to aim for the bright area on their back!
I'll smash you!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
A chain between heaven and earth! Lunar Blast!
I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! You're mine! Strike! No escape! Dragon Form!
Denied! Take this!
It's over! I'll smash you!
Thanks so much!
Take this! I'm not done! Eat
Here you go! Don't let up!
You're mine!
Here's a healing art!
Strike! No escape! Okay, here I go! Dragon Form!
Shield! Hear me! Fury! Glacial Spear! Pierce
You're mine! I'm not done!
Anything in armor is all mine! Got it!
Now you see what I can do!
Now got Sam!
Turn the tables on!
There are no more left!
Right!
That's it?
No time to
Nothing
hold
else
back!
to add?
You take meticulous care of yourself.
Do it!
You're mine!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! We're in good form! further!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Divide!
You're mine!
Arch shield!
Dragon
Not
Force!
your dream!
Crush!
Explosion!
Here I come!
Fury! Tempest wall!
Crush!
Bloody wall!
It's over!
Ready and ready! Healing
I'm not done!
I can carve through armor! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah. You too.
Elusive deity!
Radiant blood! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth. Now!
Engulfs you!
Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Let's see what you've got.
Take this! Dragon Force!
Reload!
Shattering of
Lightning orb!
Dragon Force!
Light acceleration!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
You're mine! Heal! I'll smash you!
Illuminating
done!
circle!
Dragon
Holy
Force!
Rainbow!
I'm in your deck.
Holy Rain! Reload! It looks like you got this. Now, Zoe! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
So, fire and earth astral energy, huh?
A perfect combination.
That enemy looks... I have a bad feeling about
You're
this.
mine! Dragon
Can't get out of
inside
bed.
is yours!
Lunar corruption!
Ether!
Tempest Gemini Aqua!
Take this!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I never miss!
I owe you a
We're good to go!
no escape! Dragon Swarm! I'll smash you!
Searing flame! Reload!
Take
Again!
this! No escape! It's
Do it!
over!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not yet!
Leave the enemy's arms to me!
No place here! Here I come! I'm not done!
Ready
Enough! Dragon Swarm! I'm ready! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Now! You're mine! Rising Kraken! No escape!
Where are you going?
I'm not done!
Leave the sun!
To the flame war!
Holy Glimmer!
Dragon Swarm!
Lunar
Not today! Dragon Swarm!
Now!
Bloody howling!
Healing circle!
That extra training paid off.
Let's see what you've got.
Here I come! No further! Dragon Swarm!
Water! Hear my call!
You're finished! Dragon Swarm!
A chain between heaven and earth. Take a wailing guarantee of lightning. Divide. One more time.
No escape!
Hold on to your
Dragon
arms.
Force!
Here I come.
Win!
Reload.
Take this!
Oh,
Rising
magic
Thunder! Flame inside me, yours to be let free! You're mine! I'm ready! Win! Here I come!
Can you take it?
My dragon blade! Dragon Swarm!
A wailing banshee of lightning.
So I still had room to grow. Coming through.
Dragon Swarm! Here! Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Gemini Aqua!
Now you see what I can do.
Mega Ray!
Take this! I'm not
Mega Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
Supernova! Go for the weak point!
In a bind?
You got company! Lunar corruption!
Take this! Burn it
Lunar
down!
blast!
Here I come! No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Lightning orb! Do it!
Not again!
Sultana Illusion!
I can carve through
Let
all!
Astrolabe illuminate the dark! Now! Eat dirt!
My turn!
Holy
Dragon
Land!
Swarm!
A chain between heaven and earth! A
No
whirling
escape!
energy of lightning! I never miss! Do it!
Huh?
Divine! Thank goodness we won! Crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily. Both of them contain Earth astral energy.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Lightning orb! Hear me! To the wind! A chain between heaven and earth!
Take this!
A whirling energy of lightning!
I'm not done!
Shield!
Here I go!
Order the sky pile! Searing flame! Reload!
Take this!
Lunar resistance! I never miss!
Can't get out of this! I'm not
Banana,
done!
let's go!
Dragon Swarm!
It looks like you got this one covered!
I'll smash you!
A chain between heaven and earth! Here! A wailing banshee of lightning! Hear my call! Divine savior! Hear me! Flame of turf! Hard malevolence!
You're mine!
Lunar blast!
Pistol!
Back into the
Curse of deity! Anything in order is all
No escape!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Dragon Swarm!
Amazing! A wailing banshee of
No
lightning!
escape! Wide open!
Won't escape me.
Flame!
I'm not done! Now we're not form!
Take this!
Explosion! Art expert coming through!
Catapult!
Here I
Take
go!
this!
One more! Tunnel! Reload! Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
No escape!
On your knees.
Dragon Swarm!
Air pressure!
Here I go!
It's on!
The fluidity of your movements are simply incredible.
No escape!
Can you take
Where
it?
are you going? Celestial Hammer!
Dragon Swarm!
Seismic rupture!
You
require
Take
this!
Excited! Into the shadows! Sleep now!
Can you take it?
Dragon
Swarm!
Elusive
By the
deity!
power of flames! Faded without a trace! Blah, 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 magic!
Here I come!
In here!
Dragon
take it?
Swarm!
I'll be saving this one! Flame of
Seismic
fury!
rupture!
Burning strike!
Elusive
See, there you go! Don't let up!
To be let free!
Hitting pile driver!
Raging
Take it?
storm! Got it! Now the chance!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Take this!
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting.
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here!
Shine! Take this!
Do it! Raging cascade! I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Try stay away from my friend!
Thanks!
Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come!
Sleep now!
Dragon Swarm!
Resonate with the earth!
Try harder! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! It's over!
More where that came from!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll heal you all! Raging cascade! Spread! Healing
I'm not done!
I'm grateful.
Thrust!
In here!
Elusive deity!
Radiant! I'll heal
Dragon
you!
Swarm! Ignite!
Raging the healer! Hold on to your leg! Now!
I'm not... Take this! Dragon
Not in
Swarm!
your dreams! I never miss!
Prepare to be seized! I'm not done!
No further!
No escape!
Do it!
Remember!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem! Here's a healing arc! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth!
No escape!
By the power of flame!
They smite
This one's all mine! Ignite! I owe you one!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Now!
Really don't.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all!
Not a chance!
This one's mine!
Rising Falcon! I'm not done!
Water!
Dragon
Hear my
Swarm!
will! Glacial Spear! Do it!
Doubly! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Here goes! Radiant! My astral energy! Here! Raging cascade! I'm out of
You're
arrows!
mine!
Take this! Dance of annihilation! Air thrust! Mega ray!
I'm ready! Doubly! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Resonate with the earth!
My turn!
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Manuel!
I'm not scared! I'm totally fine! Eat dirt!
Here I come!
Thrilling performance! I never miss!
Not today! Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
I can carve through armor!
Water! Hear my call! Lightning orb!
Dragon Swarm!
One at a time! Dance in the wind!
You're mine!
Okay, here I go.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
You may be strong, but I'll never back down. Try harder. Heal. Dragon form.
Lightning orb!
Take it.
Freeze the wind!
In a bind?
You're mine.
Air thrust!
Dragon form.
Thank you.
It's weakened!
I can carve this edge down.
Hear my call!
Dragon form.
Now!
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Shine. Radiant light. Full
Hey!
regeneration.
Just what I
Regenerate.
needed. It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone.
What was I thinking? Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
My pride was my downfall.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it.
Alphen!
Watch and learn. That's enough. Go back down.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Hey, is that it over there?
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on... Shion. Shion!
It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elfin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elfin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys.
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. for right now. In a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep.
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shionne.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shionne. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Dahnans and Renins, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
You picked the wrong fight!
Catapult! Shattering the pieces! I'll shoot them out of the sky! Rotating wildfire!
Aim for the weak spot!
On the ground!
That's really performance! You're finished! Seismic Rupture! Dragon Force! Crescent Flash!
Lunar Blast!
It's time!
Not in your dreams!
A scream
This one's
bathed in
mine!
blood! Rending you
Raging
apart!
Cascade!
Dragon Form! Consider yourself finished!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons. We should be able to cook here.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is. Did we really? To spend that much money? Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. the whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little...
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live, but why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Hey, Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alvin. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there. And they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here.
I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegus's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegus would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here.
For such...
Oh!
Would you two...
So...
I couldn't...
There's Zoop.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegus changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's life. It's just...
From how it...
But what? Whatever.
He's right.
This forbidden...
You heard him.
So, I've been wondering...
What do you...
Well, none of this happened, but then, if they knew people were going to live here,
Ordinarily, yeah, trust me. As far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as...
Sorry.
This place is a mess.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. That, I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma, the same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize...
And
it is the way...
Even so, I used to think it was...
More to the point.
What if she's not here?
It's still...
For all we...
Tell me, Dohalim.
And what's...
You know, when you're talking to people...
I do. Look imposing.
I would never...
So there...
Now you've got me.
If you've...
Hey! I can barely...
I hope...
I wasn't
With nobody left to run the show, I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent...
But Dohalim...
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite...
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Gannett, now that I think of it. Aside from Dohalim, we know next...
Well, yeah, to us Danans, they were just enemies.
I know. But seeing Renans in their...
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you...
Yeah.
If you're that curious about them, every and luckily...
Yeah!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refer.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damp.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Okay.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary, remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords...
Yeah.
They must have...
Renan's at their lord...
That's what make...
Right.
Guess that...
So,
Yeah, Falstaff.
Yeah, but...
I know, but at the same... So I guess...
You're saying even if they did terrible...
Renwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dan, I think that's...
Xion and...
And I'm going...
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait,
Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
What's this thing?
This is beautiful!
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe. But I still want... wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Helden Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be awake.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Florida!
Dragon form!
It's all one strong. Then I'll split it open.
Be my guest.
I'm grateful.
Release! No escape! Dragon form! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
The enemy raised our troops.
We'll soon see about that!
Dragon form!
Bloody dragon form!
Another incantation ruined.
I owe you one.
Sorry, trouble. Being in...
Here goes!
Dragon form! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Dance in the wind!
We're not winning!
My watch!
No!
In a bind?
Healing! Dance in the wind! In here!
Well, no, I'm ready! Captivity!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant!
Impact
Frost! Now! Take this!
Laptop and power in here! Finish it! I'll be sneaky!
Dragon form!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Those soldiers seemed...
Yeah, they weren't big.
They weren't.
Indeed. And yet,
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and...
I've never seen any...
Maybe someone doesn't want us here.
What with the...
Go no further! Mega
Dragon form!
Where are you going?
Can you take it?
Strike!
Tempest Whirl!
I'm not done! Captivity!
These ones can run rings around us.
Smash you! Seismic rupture! Here I come! Too fast! Stand back! I'll pick it up. Not today!
Let's illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer! Holy flame of fury! Chain between heaven and earth! Glacial spear! Pierce
Strike! Dragon Form!
In a bind! Mega Ray! Sealed! Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Magic
They
Sleep now! Mega Ray! I'll be arch sealed! Not on my watch! Tempest Swirl! War without
It's on! Eat this!
Dance in the wind!
Dragon
Here! Air drop! A chain between heaven and earth! Into the... This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Let the marksman handle this!
Now you see what I can do!
Far enough! Where are you going?
On your knees! Dragon
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Dragon
There's a
Form!
healing art!
Demon Touch! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Take this! Dragon
Healing
Form!
circle! Tempest Swirl!
In a bind?
Strike!
Hear my call!
Dragon Form!
I would!
The flame inside
Hear
is
my
yours
call!
to be let free!
Tunnel!
That could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it!
Dragon Form!
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Air Mega Ray! Annihilation!
You're mine!
Tempest Swirl!
Anything in armor is all mine! I can carve through armor!
Confiscated!
Heal! Take this!
Annihilation!
You're finished!
Tempest
Dragon Form!
Here comes!
They might
Razor Cyclone! Here, let me help! Celestial Runner! Razor Cyclone! Leave the chargers to me! Far enough! Let Astral Energy!
You picked the wrong fight!
Mega Ray!
Here I come! Dragon Form!
Power Flame! Lightning Lord!
Dragon Form!
Air
Take
Drop!
this! You're finished!
Let Astral Energy!
Dragon Form! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine! Radiant light!
That'll bring you down!
I'm not done! Dragon Form!
Waterfall! Searing Flame! Freeze Cyclone! Dance in the wind!
Dragon Form!
Shattering
pieces! Come on! Dragon Form!
Flame of Fury! Burning blood!
The flame inside you!
Waterfall!
Not today!
Free Land!
Dragon Form!
Dance in the flame of fury! Air Raid! Arch Seal! Not in your dream! I'll kill you all!
Dragon Form!
Gale Force!
I have no limit! No!
Thanks so
Can't
much!
end here!
Don't... Leave me!
Leave the charges to me!
Order
won't save you!
Here's a healing art!
Dragon Form!
Rending you up! You get the gist!
Bloody I'm not done!
By the power of water!
I'm not done!
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
Here I come!
Seal! Lunar Corruption! More for the soul!
You're mine!
Being interrupted.
Elusive deity! Dragon Form!
I can't take much more.
Here's a healing art!
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Let the marksman handle this!
Pressure! I'm not done! Rending you apart!
Illuminate the dark! Not here now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That took more energy than I expected.
see what you've got.
Bring him down! Elusive deity!
Wind natural energy!
Smash you!
If you hold out all night, then you leave me no choice!
Engaging!
Healing free! Dance in the wind! On my watch!
Eat this! Can't get out of this! Vacuum blade! Demon blade! Fire support! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lunar
No!
production! Here
There!
goes! By the power of water!
Strike!
Here!
It's over!
Burning strike! Wind natural energy!
Mission! There!
Healing
Vacuum
circle!
armor won't save you!
Thanks so much! Who can this?
Vacuum blade!
Power of flame! Primed and ready! Raging storm!
Elusive deity!
Frozen! Ice prison!
Vacuum blade!
Flame of fury! Water!
I'm not
Hear
done!
my call!
It's on!
Do it!
There!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I won't forgive you!
You! Damn it!
Art Steel! Not on my watch! Freeze Lancer!
Take this!
They really don't give up, do they?
Now you learn! Can you take it?
Crazy Nescape!
I'll grind you into... I'm ready! Anything! Show me! In an instant! Impact Block!
Illuminate the storm!
Here I come!
Holy Land!
Vacuum pistol!
Here's evil! A wailing
Vacuum blade!
laser! In here!
On the way!
I'll be saving it
On
here!
You picked the wrong fight!
Healing aura! More with that
Take this! No escape!
Just what I...
Now you see what I can do!
Far enough! Selecting level! Still! Take water! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
I know fine weapon material when I see it. Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight. Let's dispose of the trash.
Annihilation! Wind astral energy! Annihilation! Feel!
So you clamor for my true power?
Torn across blade!
Annihilation! Healing! Flame of fury! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Magic advance!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here's the
deity! In a bind?
lightning to death! I never miss! Thunderblade!
Resonate with me!
Between heaven and earth! A wailing beauty of lightning!
I'm not done!
Armor won't save you!
Air thrust!
It's too much! Vacuum blade!
Healing circle!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Regenerate!
Lightning! Heal!
Let us take the blade! The odds of being interrupted? He who prepares for free.
I don't even know the word defeat.
I'll heal you all!
Finish!
I'll be saving
Let them die.
Healing
They
circle!
smite with blackened blade!
You're finished!
By the power of flame!
Execution! Another incantation ruined!
Raging
Vacuum blade!
Out of exhaustion!
Heal my weary companion!
Vacuum blade!
Now we're not...
I owe you one.
Gemini Aqua!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
More with that kick,
Can't get out of this!
Magic is there! Take it!
I'm not done!
Not in your dreams! I never miss!
No escape! There!
Raging Arrow!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arm. I can handle it. First aid.
I can carve through armor.
Light up.
Lewis!
Thunderblade.
Back to play now!
Illuminate the dark.
Ignite!
Holy glimmer.
You're
Holy
mine!
land.
Vacuum blade!
Hear me. Flame of
Lewis,
fury.
get!
Burning.
You're
Lightning
finished!
orb.
Catapult!
Here's a healing arm. Air blade. Radiant flare.
Now we're never.
Illuminate the dark.
charging that!
That's what my shield's for.
No further!
Get behind me. Holy
Good!
land.
I'll leave it to you!
Heaven and
Vacuum
earth.
blade!
A
This is looking good.
of lightning. Downfall.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help. First
I know you want it. Try harder! Now!
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil.
Take this!
Freeze.
Take it!
Here's a healing arm.
Take this! There! It's on!
Negated.
Ha! Burn in hell! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
I need to be stronger.
Get lost.
Here I come!
Leave the chargers to me.
Ha! It's over!
Here's a healing arm. First aid. Celestial
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Raging Cosmos.
Vacuum blade!
A wailing
Vacuum blade!
Denied.
Take it! Lewis! Get it!
Annihilation.
This should do it! Here I come! There!
See, now we're never. Take this.
You're finished! There!
Benediction light.
Hold nothing back! There! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! My turn! Ha! Burn in hell!
First aid.
Take this! There!
Radiant orb. Here. Arc
Vacuum
shield.
blade!
Not in your dreams.
Lewis, get it!
Reload.
It's over! Vacuum blade!
Where are you going? Air thrust! Photon!
Take this!
Will they get in?
There!
Only astral energy!
Say no more!
Will this help?
Now! You're mine! Strike!
Thunder wheel!
Vacuum blade!
Ready and ready.
I'm not done! Vacuum blade! There!
Now together I can do bloody Wind astral energy!
Take this! There!
Now!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Out of our way!
Can't get out of this.
Here goes! Radiant
Vacuum blade! Burn!
That's right,
Glacial Spear! Here's the wind!
Going my side.
Water in the stockpile!
Mow him down! There! Vacuum blade!
Reload!
Coming through!
That's my cue!
Now! Shut him down! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine.
Radiant ray!
Regeneration! Regenerate! Vacuum!
Flamer fury! Burning!
Try harder!
Glacial Spear!
Vacuum blade! You're mine! There! Vacuum blade!
This one's mine!
There!
Thunder field!
Vacuum blade!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Lunar corruption! Here, let me help! Illuminator magic!
Vacuum blade!
Into the shadow!
Vacuum blade! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Now!
Don't get careless.
Go no further!
Take this! For my
No!
lord!
Damn it!
Armor won't save you!
I'm going in!
I see what it is!
Here's the evil!
There!
Freeze laser!
Vacuum blade! Vacuum blade!
Damn it, Fenix!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial spear!
You're mine!
Freeze laser! Sleep now!
There! Vacuum blade! There!
They smite with blackened blade!
Pissed off!
Lightning
We're
arrow!
not done!
Here, let me help! Here!
Release!
I'll be saving you!
Burn!
Escape! All day!
There!
Never fit!
Escape! Vacuum blade!
We're not finished!
Ready and clear! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze laser! Here, let me help!
Take this! Vacuum blade!
Vacuum blade! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Shield?
Allow me to our arts are being interrupted.
Do it!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Fire support!
You picked the wrong fight!
Radiant go here!
Take this!
Lightning condemned! Here, let me help! Now!
I owe you one.
Listen! Lunar blast! Back into the
Vacuum
fray!
blade!
My exploits are bare. Bearing fruit. This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision.
That person Alphen was...
It was Naori.
She really does.
That's all. It was a.
You mean all of that?
But how is that even?
No.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened...
I felt it too. And not for the first.
That would make, for all we.
So you think it might have been the energy itself?
We have no way of
Shion.
Yeah. So that...
Yeah, there's.
What about you?
Me?
Even relive...
I can't just pretend. Besides,
Alphen.
that's not. I'd like to liberate them.
Whether you're... Not that...
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? Never known Saurians control Zugals like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals, then we get some answers.
Exploit the enemy's weakness. In a bind.
Here's the lightning condemned! Thunderbolt! Chain between heaven and earth!
Heal.
The Infinity of lightning! Radical field! I'll be very good! Reload! Here comes the wall! War without
Might with dragon blade.
Ignite!
healing circle! A chain between heaven and earth! Pull myself together! A wailing banshee of lightning! Pull myself together!
Resonate with the earth. On your
mine!
Explosion!
Hold nothing back!
Thunderbolt! Will this help chain between...
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
The flames will roar!
Heal my weary companion.
Healing circle! Magic is there! Pull myself together! That'll bring you down!
Black Blade!
Catapult. Take this.
No fear! Here's
Try
evil!
harder! My turn! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Freeze laser! Holy rock!
Vacuum Blade!
Lightning! Water! Hear my call!
Save you, elusive deity.
You're mine!
Heal my weary companion.
Here I come! Vacuum Blade!
Here's evil! And this world! It's weakened!
This ends now!
Here's evil!
Vacuum Blade!
I'll blind you into death.
Close and get!
Not on my watch!
Ignite! Here I come!
Chain between you get the jet. In here!
Smash you!
Do it!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! You're mine! Vacuum Blade!
I'm ready!
Vacuum Blade!
Dance on the wave. On your
It's about to strike! Ready to go!
Look sharp, everyone! You picked the wrong fight!
Hear my call! Spread!
I owe you one!
being inter...
This should do it! Stay away from my friend!
The flames will roar!
Vacuum Blade!
Bring you back from death's abyss!
Try harder!
Resuscitation!
Anything in armor is...
No! Please
No rest for
sunlight!
the wicked. Breath of life. Heal my weary companion.
Mega ray!
Cure.
I owe you one!
Just what the doctor ordered!
No escape!
Magic is healing art!
Carve through armor.
Holy land! Now for something special!
Take this!
Lunar corruption! I'm ready! By the power of
Bloody
Dora!
blade!
Eat dirt! London air downfall! Here's a healing art! Natural defenses of Satan! I'm a sitting duck!
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never! Lightning on stage! Mine!
You're finished!
Air
This
thrust!
should do it!
Chain between heaven and earth! Here I go! The wailing banshee of lightning!
Breath of life. Heal my weary companion.
Pieces!
No further.
I'm out of arrows!
I can carve through armor.
It's on! Strike!
Resonate with the
Eat
earth.
dirt!
Here goes! Healing circle!
Resonate with the earth.
Raging
Sorry, Spawn.
Try harder! You're mine!
Raging cascade!
Vacuum Blade!
Confiscated!
Heal my weary companion.
Vanish without a trace! Shining supernova!
There!
Who cares? Pluto!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I still got some fight left in me!
Heal.
Resuscitation!
Try
Shield floor. Get behind me.
Good. I'll leave it to you. You're mine.
This one's
Let
mine.
me free you of your power.
What of it?
It won't escape me.
Vacuum blade.
More for the left side.
Take this.
Shiny
Back you.
Give me. This is my fight.
Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Regenerate.
Free blender.
Try harder. Damn.
I'll bring you back from
Vacuum
death.
blade. They smite with blackened blade. Vacuum blade. Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnagan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the...
Do you think...
Certainly.
The same brain will...
Someone...
It does
There's no...
by someone...
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, Then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally,
Maybe it's...
Well,
Wait, what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's...
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow
More to the
Whatever.
A strength... I have to be ready to face it. I'm determined. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is...
It's off limits even for lords?
Being
strange. Whoever the
Did no one?
No.
The That is what... But now... I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the... Only... So what was the
Dohalim.
For...
Alphen.
But...
If that...
Yeah.
That's right.
If you ever...
And I would be...
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been...
She sure went above...
Even with Lenegis crumbling down...
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain. And why you were asleep for that whole...
Yeah. If it weren't for her...
Now that you know how she felt,
she kept her promise. If the Renan people, Naori was the one who put that mask on me. And made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori?
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, Forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat, too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance.
Just hearing there's the...
No, it...
Grinwell's right.
Thank you.
Starting with a little game.
Yeah, we've come all this...
Yeah, we can...
I too shall lend my...
And they say...
Mirror...
How do you know it's me they're following? Now let's get moving. So Naori, she stopped, but then
You're wrong. What happened? You paid a... The reason you locked...
It's the reason.
The thorns.
It all...
When my thorns... I never dared to... No. The truth is, about a life with the touch of my... Holding, embracing all the normal... Is it really... I'm so scared. What if it doesn't work out in the end?
Let's not go... I'm here to forget We'll go... A normal life. There are a lot of things.
Yeah. It's such a... I know. And it's for my...
You're worth...
I believe...
I'll keep on fighting. Until...
Sounds like...
Her position... Yeah.
Not on...
That's as if...
Which base? You in Heptone, I know.
She's...
That's quite some door, all right.
We'll find the Renis Alma and...
After everything we've...
We'll probably be needing...
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Renna, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Renna.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Take this!
Raging Cascade!
This one's all mine!
Fall into thine own
Not today!
Show you what my Here goes! Rise and shine! Confiscated!
Vacuum blade!
Resurrection!
Try harder! My turn!
Between heaven and earth!
Take this!
Annihilate the lightning! Let me help!
Resonate with the earth!
I'm going to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish it! Magic is there!
Sword up! Vacuum blade!
I'll heal you all!
This is some punishment.
You'll pay for that!
Healing circle!
Vacuum blade!
Water, hear my call!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Out of the woods.
I'm going to use all the power!
I'm not done!
You're
mine! Not today!
Annihilation!
Another incantation. This is some punishment.
Illuminate the dark!
Here I come!
Holy
No
power!
escape!
Holy land!
Vacuum blade!
I'll bring you back from death to
I'm not
life!
done!
A wailing Banfield! Lightning!
Take it!
Here!
Anything in armor is all mine!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Here goes! Not on my watch!
Armor won't save you!
I never miss! Lightning is dead!
Leave the charges!
Illuminate the dark!
Regenerate!
Change between heaven and earth! A wailing Banfield! Divine peace!
No further.
Stay away from my friend!
Glacial spear! Pierce east! Bring the laser!
Resonate with
Feel
the earth!
Velocity! Maybe good!
With me.
seismic jerk to be free. Heal my Ignite! Anything in armor is all mine! You're mine!
Just what the Lunar correction!
I'm not done!
Lunar blast! Watch him!
Begin!
Annihilation!
Back to
Radiant
blade!
storm!
There!
Blown flight! Stay!
I'm not
Just lunar
done!
correction!
There!
Wind
Back to
energy!
blade!
Better! Water! Hear my call! Thunderblade! Illuminate the sphere! Pierce evil!
Vacuum blade!
I'm going to use
You're mine!
Where are you going? Not on my watch!
Here I come!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
This should do it! Take this! Strike! It's on! You picked the wrong fight! Take this! There! Vacuum blade! There!
Forgive me.
This is my fault. Breath of life. Heal my weary companion.
I'll bring you back from death to death!
Vacuum blades! There!
I'll smash
you! Begin!
I've still got some fight left in corruption!
There!
In a bind?
Vacuum blade!
Illuminate the sun!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Regenerate!
Let us
A wailing anti-illuminate! Shield!
Let us try harder!
I'll heal you all! Oh, sparkling star! Rain down! That'll bring you down! Need to pull myself together! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Vacuum blade! You picked the wrong fight!
The flames will roar! Healing grace! The raging cascading flame!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me! Gemini Aqua! Freeze Lancer!
Dance on the way!
Let me see what I can do! Radiant Born up! Here! Sleep now! Ready! Out of ammo! Not on my watch!
I'm not done! Vacuum blades!
Blah blah blah! Magic! Sleep now!
You're mine! Vacuum blades!
Now
Be gone! Not today!
a wailing gusty of
Vacuum
lightning!
blade!
Resonate with the earth!
There!
Stalagmite!
Bring you apart! Mega Rise! Malevolent! Magic! In here!
Vacuum blade!
Fury! Burning strike!
I'm not done!
No further!
I'll heal you all! Lightning orb!
There!
Where was that came from? Healing strike!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Mega Ray! Searing
Vacuum blade!
Blows light!
There!
Celestial hammer!
Vacuum
Radiant
blade!
that'll bring you down! Take this! Searing flame!
Vacuum blade!
Illuminate the fury!
I'm not done!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Carve through armor!
A chain between heaven and
You
earth!
picked the wrong fight!
Freeze blade! Wailing banshee of lightning!
Vacuum blade!
Divine savior! Blah blah blah!
They smite with my reach even wider!
Use all the power of my healing
come.
word to accomplish this!
Try harder! Radiant light! Here I come!
Regeneration! Mega Ray!
Regenerate.
Confiscated!
Strike!
Dance
Allow
in the
me to help
wind!
you.
By the
There.
air and water! A chain
Vacuum
between
blade.
heaven and earth!
There!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Vacuum blade!
Divine savior! Blah blah blah! Air! My astral energy!
There!
Stay so much! Here's the purge, malevolent! Here I go! Arcane waterfall!
I'm not
Born up! Seal!
Take this!
Strike!
I'll be saving this
Eat
one!
dirt!
Take this! Raging storm!
There!
More
Vacuum
Make it in time.
Raging now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissalma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissalma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about